It's me. It's Desiree. How is everyone doing? I hope everyone is doing well. As always, just getting set up. Fingers crossed that this works. Okay. Looks like it is. All right. We'll just wait for a few seconds here. And now, okay, let me put my phone on vibrate because I am on call, but I should be out of the clear by now. But you never know. All right. I have a tickle in my throat, of course. All right, so today we're going to make a couple scrapbook albums. I've got a couple that I want to put together because I am getting ready for my craft showcase, craft fair. For some reason, I've always called them a showcase. And these are something that I provide. So we're going to do the hinge. Good morning, Cordelia. How are you feeling? So we're going to do the hinge. We're going to build the album itself. And it's just going to be a very basic type of scrapbook album. Nothing too intricate or anything else. These are I'm going to be creating 2 albums in the beginning just to have it, but we'll focus in on one. And I thought these were absolutely adorable. From scrapbook.com. One's called Enchanted, one's called Magical, and of course they've got the whole Disney theme. So just focusing on children. Um, Good morning, LaFrance. How are you doing? Okay, but that's a good thing, Cordelia. We need you to hear. I need you to hear. Yes. Oh, and you'll love that. I saw your video, Cordelia, with the fountain pen. You'll love that. That'll be great for tangling. Just saying. Um, so these are the things. So definitely I want to work on this one first and then we can move into this one. But I really do like, I'm becoming a huge fan of um, the scrapbook.com 6x8 paper pads. I think they're it's 40 sheets. They're double-sided. You get 5 of each design. They're When they're on sale, it's a great price. So yeah. Well, of course, Cordelia, absolutely. So that's what we're going to be doing. So let's get started. I've cut my chipboard down. Now, what's great is if you watercolor and if you get the watercolor pads, like I get the Canson XL, or even any other kind of watercolor pad, even those oohoo-hoos that I was talking about last week. I like saying that, oohoo-hoo. Yeah, just go, oh, hoo-hoo. I save the backings. It's chipboard. It is awesome. When it comes to that. Good morning, Heidi. You have made some beautiful journals, Heidi. Beautiful, beautiful. I encourage you all to go to Heidi's channel and check out these beautiful journals that she has made. Very inspiring. And I loved your take on the one journal that we did. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I thought it was great. So yeah. So I use those and I don't worry about, I can sit here and try to take this off, but you know what? You're not going to see it. You're not going to see this paper in there. but you know, I try to get as much of it off as I can. It's going to be covered up. So, but this is great chipboard. If you don't want to buy chipboard, you can double up cereal boxes if you want to do that. Good morning, Gwen. Good morning, Shay. How are you both doing? But yeah, so great. But yeah, you can also take cereal boxes or cracker boxes, whatever you want to. We just refer to them as cereal boxes and double them up. Just wait for them to dry after you glue them together and then start creating your album. So these are just going to be 6x6 albums. So you need a front and a back, of course, 6x6. And then I just have a spine here that's just under 3 inches. So we'll call it 3 inches. And that is by 6 as well. So that's how we'll lay up our journal. I've got my 12x12 papers ready to go. So this will be tough to put in there, but we will get it into the screen as best we can. I do like to take my 12x12 papers. You can also use 8.5x11 and then just glue those together. I do find that the 12x12, of course, is easier. So again, use whatever you have. Use a paper bag. You know, whatever you've got, you can use to cover your journals. I have about 3/8 of an inch wide piece of tape here. And I've just taped this down so it doesn't shift on me. I'm just using little pieces of tape. And we are going to remove, so I need to create the base. So I'm going to remove your release papers carefully. I'm just checking the comments. I'm going to grab my glue if I can find it. And I'm going to add glue on top of this just so that I have a good seal. I did put the tape close to the edge because you are going to have an edge that's going to be on the outside so it doesn't catch on anything or like that. I'll grab the other 12x12 and I'm just going to line it up on my mat here and press that down. And I do go over them with a brayer. You do not have to. You can use a brayer. You can use, if you've got a paper creaser, you know, again, use whatever you've got to just push that down so that you know you've got a good contact point. So yeah, got lots of sun coming in from the side. So, okay, it doesn't look too bad there. So now I'm going to put glue, not glue. I'm going to use my double-sided tape. When it comes to the cover, I want to make sure that this is going to hold up to the test of time because it's going to be opened and closed. It's, you know, it's going to have all of the movement when it comes to your book, whether it's a journal, whether it's a scrapbook album. It takes the beadings constantly being open, all of that good stuff. Same thing when it comes to a scrapbook albums. We're not sewing our pages in like we do for a journal. We are going to create a hinge, and I definitely use double-sided tape there as well. So when it comes to its construction, double-sided tape is used very heavily, along with glue. Absolutely. All right. Checking the comments. All right, let's remove. I'm going to do the centerpiece first. And for when it comes to this construction here, I do like to use Aleene's tacky glue. It's a perfect glue. Just don't, you don't have to use a lot. And with any liquid glues, you don't have to use a lot. So I know this here is about a 1/2 inch when it comes to this. So I don't look at this line when I center my my board pieces in. Let's see if this will, oh my. It's coming. It's coming. Get a pin. Too funny. There we go. Let's see if that worked. And it did. So I don't look at that line for my center. And again, I eyeball all of this. There are tools out there that you can purchase. And I know that this is close to 3 inches. It's not quite, but it's close. So I'm going to move this down. And I always like this. If I can, I try to put that break in the spine. I'm going to put that down right there. Because then when I cut this off, I can save it. I save all scraps. And then I hit it with my brayer. Now, if you want to make sure that your pieces are straight going across, you can pull in a ruler if you want. And I'll move this up. There we go. And you can take your ruler, if you've got a center ruler, take that, flush it right up to that, that's centered, and you can put a line just coming off, a little bit onto your piece. And then you know that when you place your pieces, they'll be straight across. But you don't need an exact measurement going around the outside. So this one I'll taking you kind of sort of step by step. Okay, that was really quick, Cordelia. I thought you had to go somewhere. I'm funny. And again, same thing. We're going to remove the release paper and we're going to add glue. And I go right on top of the double-sided tape because that will allow me to wiggle it if I need. Yep, and y'all just said just a little bit. I got it. And I like to put a 1/4 inch, a scant 1/4 inch in between here. And again, there are tools out there. You can also, this is a really thick paper creaser. So sometimes I'll put this here. Rule of thumb is when it comes to this space, you want it double the thickness of the chipboard that you're using. So you could create a template with scraps of your chipboard, glue them together, and then you can just put that there. And then this would just fall into that, line that up, and then you would have your width. I'm just going to eyeball this, put that down, because we need it to bend. You have to have it bend. You can't have them up against each other. They won't bend. Okay. Yeah, I worry about you, Cordelia. I do. Always thinking of you. Always thinking of all yous. And now we're going to just do same thing on the other side. Now, there's many ways to put your albums together. This is just the way that I do it. And again, we're going to come in here. I always angle it up so that I can move it around. I just eyeball it. And then when I know, I tilt it down. And then get that glue to move around and get that tape to make contact. And that's our base. Now I'm going to trim off the sides, but I keep all of these. I keep all of these scraps for tags. Yeah, Shay, I said the same thing. See, not alone. Nope, not alone. I'm just going to cut off, going around, again, just eyeballing it. You always just want to make sure that you have enough paper to come up and over. So I like to say at least an inch. Some will say a ½ inch. I've made a ½ inch work. It does make me hold my breath when I do that. But again, we cover it. And these become tags, cluster bases, all that fun stuff. All right. So now what I want to do is I'm going to come around with tape. Double-sided tape again. And I'm going to keep it close to the edge, and I'm going to kind of line it up to the edge of the chipboard, because we are going to cut off our corners. Now I'll do the sides. And again, always burnish your double-sided tape. Don't think it's automatically down. And now I clip off the corners. Again, there's tools out there that, you know, you can put this into the corner and then you can cut straight across. I have this, I think I got it from Michael's. This little tiny stamp block. And I actually drew a 90-degree, so I can place that over if I want and take a rotary cutter straight across. Again, I just eyeball it. You want to make sure that you leave at least 1/8 of a quarter of an inch. So I go by the width of my scissors, and I'm just going to cut off the corners. I'm not looking for a perfect miter at each of my corners. Again, it's going to be covered. Lisa, good morning. Teresa, good morning. Kat, good morning. Hey, how are you? It does work. You just got to remember that, you know, it's going to slide, Gwen, when you put that on there. And again, this is just a Sharpie, so every once in a while I got to darken it up, but I did it on both sides. But But you can, but you just, again, you just got to keep your fingers out of the way and just press down, and then you can just go straight across, with a rotary cutter. I do have a rotary cutter specific for paper. Because again, it's once scissors, any cutting implement touches paper, you shouldn't use it on fabric. That's just my suggestion. The blades get dull and it won't cut through fabric. So that's why, I get some comments, well, you have so many tools. I do. And I do not say anybody should have all my tools. There's just my reasoning for having them. And I think that comes from just my brain. And also back in my sewing quilting days. Now I want to condition the paper, so I'm going to bend it up over. This is 65-pound Recollections 12 by 12. You don't want to use heavyweight paper because you want it to bend. You want it to... okay, I thought I was going to hit the camera. Okay, there we go. So just bend it up. I use my thumbs. I put pressure because we control the paper. We manipulate it to do what we want. But to do that, we've got to break its fibers. And excuse for, sorry, I got a fire truck going by. So if you hear that, yep, that's all it is. Not my house. I hope they're okay. All right. We need to tell it what it's got to do. And again, that's just getting those fibers loosened up so that they don't crack and break. That's what we want to do. Do I worry about cracking along this? No. Do I have it happen? I do not with Recollections paper. All right, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to remove the release paper. I do the long ends first, and then I do the sides. But I get asked a lot because you'll see in some cases a lot of scissors come into play. So let's just use those as an example. I have a pair of scissors for threads and lace snippets, basically fabric. I have a pair of scissors for just fabric. I have a pair of scissors just for my tape rolls because these I have yet to have to clean them. When it comes to film coming off of tape, these are the FSJ scissors from Spellbinders when they were out a long time ago. These are extremely sharp. It's shown in, not all of it, shown in one of my videos where I had to stop it. Yes, and edit that out. Very sharp. Because, and I don't then have to get my scissors sharpened. Now, back in my sewing and quilting days, I did, of course, for fabric. But I didn't have to do it often. I maybe had to do it once a year, once every 2 years. But if you use a pair of scissors for everything, they'll go dull very quick. So here I'm just conditioning this paper. I'm just pushing it down. I start in the center and then I go out on an angle. I hold this down. I go out on an angle. Now the other side. I say it comes from my sewing days because back then, you could always get a sewing machine that could do everything. It could embroider, it can sew, it can quilt. And yes, in my mind, sewing and quilting are two different things. So you had the luxury of these beautiful sewing machines coming out being an all-in-one. The only thing that I think is an all-in-one is a printer. You can print, scan, copy. It can be a fax. That is an all-in-one. But my concern always was, and I learned it the hard way, is if you have one sewing machine and it goes down, and if the one component breaks, you don't have it anymore. So again, I go up the center and I go out on an angle. Go out on an angle. That just makes sure that this is flat and doesn't get any bumpies going across. Also, if you had a sewing machine that did embroidery as well, that takes a toll. That machine is just rocking and rolling. When you get to your sides, you don't want to forget to take these corners and push them down and flatten them out. So push it down, and then I use this end of my paper creaser. But you also want to make sure that they do flatten out, because then when we fold this up, it'll take that turn. Again, condition it. Use our thumbs to get it up over that fold, and then press down. And then through pressure, everything just pushes in. But yeah, it does. So I thought, okay, if I'm going to get into this, then I need to have a separate machine for one, so that I'm not beating. It puts a huge wear and tear. So you'd be replacing your sewing machine more often, even if you maintain it and get it in for maintenance and all of that. It's taking a beating. And there are some sewing machines, whew, they're not cheap. You know, some of those sewing machines, nope, they are not cheap. There you go. We've got our album, and it is, I mean, she does not want to bend. She's very firm. I do like to look at the right side. I look at the corners to make sure nothing's sticking out. And I don't see that except on here just a little bit. If it is, I'll just come in with a small pair of scissors and just clip on an angle. I do like to take it over the corners because they are some sharp points. And I just rock it just to deaden that point just a little bit. Now it doesn't hurt so bad. They're just the little things I think of. But we need this to bend. So, and we do this slowly. Okay, I'm going to quick check the comments here. Let's see. Remember, if you have a question, put it in caps, because then, you know, my old eyes can see them. Let's see here. I do too, Lisa. I love making books. I really do. Just having these ready. It's like right up there with ink smushing. You know, it's very relaxing. It's very therapeutic, because when you do it for so long, it just becomes like a habit. Yeah, I mean, and I had those tools first, and I created, you know, I used the double chipboard put together scraps. Yeah, no, I just eyeball it now. I just do that. Good morning. morning, Kalinda. How are you? I am working on a scrapbook album. I have a couple that I want to make, getting ready for my one show that I go to. So with this, we do this slowly. We do not do this. And you can see I don't have any cracking. I'll also take my paper creaser along the sides. Gives it like a finished look. You don't have to do that. But, our minds, tell us things. I know these are a great deal on Amazon, but no, these are not paper crease. These are not used. You should not use these to score. I mean, for me, they're too thick. They can't get, like get into a scoreboard or anything, but these are great for this. So I put the point back in my hand because I can't tell you how many times I've cut into the paper. Yep. And then I just start digging that paper in. Again, we control the paper. We manipulate it. Carefully, lovingly, caringly. Yes. Hey, Biddy! I saw you pop up on my phone. But we do it with love. We do it with care. But we need to do it with a force as well. So I'll take this, and I just constantly go back and forth, and slowly. We go slowly. Slowly. And then when you get to a certain point, you slowly bring it up. You may hear cracking. It's okay. It's not breaking. It's like when you first use new plates in your die cutting machine. They crack and you're like, oh, it just doesn't sound good. Yeah, that freaks me out. And then we work it. Just take it back and forth. I think I find this relaxing too. Yep. Just you go back and forth. And for all of you just popping in, you're like, what is she doing? She's making a scrapbook album. We turn it around and we're going to do it again. Again, I use the whole length. And we come up slowly. Slowly. And then once we come to the 90-degree, we can let it out. And then we can bend. Vicky, good morning. I'm glad you're here, even if it's just for a few moments. All right. And there you go. Now it's... She's great. And we don't have any buckling. Again, you should always let them dry just a little bit. And that is going to be our album cover. Now, you don't have to use this just for scrapbook albums where we're going to have a hinge in here. You can use this for journals as well, and you can create a hidden spine. That's what I usually do with these as well. I gravitate towards a hidden spine, but that doesn't mean that I would not, sew through this as well. You certainly can once you have the inside cover. All right, we're going to do one more because I do need two, and then we'll focus on one, and we'll see how far we can go. I'm determined to get them done. Again, scrapbook albums, they can be intricate, they can be detailed and beautiful and all of that. They don't always have to be that way. We can keep it simple and still have a beautiful album. So this one I'm just going to go through quickly. I'm going to keep an eye on the comments. So yeah, that was my rant on why I have so many scissors. Why? I mean, it's why. Because I don't want to go somewhere. We lost our Joann's. I used to have a Joann's literally less than a mile away from me, and that's where I would take, all my good scissors and everything else. Back in my quilting days, I have yet to ever have to get my paper scissors sharpened. And this tape again I get it from Uline. It's a huge roll. Lasts me, I think I'm only in my second one since starting paper. But it is strong. Nothing's going to move. And that's really the only time that I use the really wide tape. Is that the, Biddy, when it comes to the soccer games, are those the games that are going to be in Philly today? Is it FIFA? FIFA? What is it? I don't know. Because our company was looking, I'm probably, oh, then I won't tell you. I could have gotten tickets. Oh, okay, yeah. So our company was going to get tickets to it. And I thought of you and the hubby. But you guys don't live up here. Just saying. Just wanted to throw that out there. Are you laughing? He would fly. Oh my God. But yeah, they didn't have, I mean, they had interest, but they didn't think that they had enough. I would have called you first to say, hey, I can get this, so that you would have known. Well, I certainly would have opened my couch for him. But yeah, they don't know how the games are going to go today, because we have the threat of strong to severe storms. So many have been affected by them. So you can see I did the same thing. Got my spine down the center. I'm not going to put my line. I'm just going to eyeball this. Again, it's on an angle. Then I let it fall. And just like with anything, when we keep doing this, it becomes second nature. We develop our own habits. Again, angle. My index finger guides it. And then I let it drop. And we cut. But we are making some scrapbook albums. I definitely want to get one done, but I'm making 2 albums. And kind of children's themed. Remember, I keep these. These are future tags, clusters, etc. So I can tell you now, Biddy. This is a funny story. Because it's me. Yes. So I am very excited. I am going to Paperganza. I know you have heard Biddy talking about it. I'm talking about it. So very much looking forward meeting everyone there and also at the I guess we're calling it the pre-Paperganza group. So yeah, very much looking forward to it. However, Des had run into a problem. She even went so far. Her airline ticket was already purchased. I mean, that was purchased back in January when Biddy did an awesome job asking me in her loving way if I was going. Good job, Biddy. One of the things though that I forgot. So I was all set. We were all set to go. But one of the things that I forgot about is this whole concept of the real ID. I don't have one. You didn't want me to be current. Every time I click live, it brings me up to speed, then buffers again. Oh my. If you're talking about watching this, then yeah, try resetting. Not that she's probably still doing that. Well, yes. Yeah, Biddy, breathe. I need you to breathe. Just breathe. So, and I do have a passport, which would be fine if it was current. So it had expired. So a real ID, at least. Okay, breathe, Biddy, breathe. I promise. So a real ID, Kalinda, is it's your driver's license, and it's certain screenings that you do to get this ID. It replaces your driver's license, and you need it for domestic travel now, a real ID. If you don't have a passport, you just can't use your driver's license anymore. And you've really you're kind of put through the works. Like you've got to have like 4 different modes of ID. Current driver's license, if you had a current passport, a utility bill, your social security card, original or verified birth certificate with your parents' name. I mean, it is a process. And this started, I think, last year in 2025. And when it started, there's only a few centers that are somewhat close that you can get it the same day, but you're literally there for hours. It's an all day event when this first came out. Now it's about a half day event to do this. And now you can actually go to a driver's license facility, show them all of your stuff, and you'll receive your real ID that'll replace your driver's license in 10 to 14 days. So we started. I'm like, hey, now I started this in April. Just wanted to point that out. I'm like, oh my, this is not going to be good. Now, what I've also learned by going through this, I am fully understanding as to why anyone does not change their name when they get married. Or, and again, or for any reason, if you change your name. I get it. Oh boy, do I get it. So, I make matters worse because the husband that I love, there's a little information on me. The husband that I love now, he's my third. Yep. Yeah. So getting the real ID is just because, you don't think to keep your marriage because they want to see a marriage certificate. Now I've got my divorce decrees. I got a file. um, but they want to see marriage certificates and all of that. So to speed this up and not make it too long, because Biddy needs to breathe. For some reason, when I married my second husband, I brought my name back to my maiden name. I can't remember why I did that. I just did that. So that was a good thing because all I needed was the marriage certificate, which I knew what county to get that through. So I got that off sent for that. So they said I would have that. Now, I started all of this, thought about it in April, started it at the end of May. Is Biddy breathing yet? Okay. So I had to wait for that to come in. Now, the funny thing is when you read the real ID requirements and things, that you need and all of that, they say that if you have a passport, but it has to be current, it can't be expired, you do not need, and if it matches, what your current name is, you do not need all those marriage certificates and documentation of a name change. I'm like, well, what's the difference? I still went through the process for the passport, but nope, it had to be current. Mm-hmm. So, okay, we're going to go slow. We're going to break these in. So then I go to the truetravel.gov.org website to renew my passport because I can. If you're over 25, if you are still in possession of the passport, it's not lost or stolen, you're U.S. citizen, and if it's within 5 years of expiration, like I had until I think 2027, and then I was after the 5 years, you can renew it online. So I started that process. So after I did that, see, 2 albums. Now, if I just do these and I store them on a shelf and I'll put a band around them. Like those stretchy, big hair bands. I have those so that it'll hold this shape. Because otherwise it does want to do that. All right. So we've got 2. So let's go back to our first one. All right. So now we need to, we're going to create the hinge. We don't need to cover it. I know I put a pause on this. We're not going to put a cover on this first. We're going to put our hinge in. And our hinge, we want to work it so that it's within this 3-inch space with a gap on each side. And you can make your gap anything that you want. You can make it 3/8 of an inch, a 1/2 an inch, or 3/4 of an inch, which is what I'm doing here, because it'll depend upon how you flap and how big your pockets are and your gussets and all of that fun stuff. So lots of things you want to think about. Now, to save time, I already figured out, okay, this is what I'm going to do, but I'll be able to show you. Hey, Jill, how you doing? Yes, Cordelia, gotta have her papers, but to get them, so you cannot, you can use your driver's license if it's a real ID driver's license, if you're flying. To fly, you either have to have a real ID driver's license, and the difference between the 2 licenses is there's a little yellow, it's like a yellow circle with a white star inside of it. It's got a star in the upper right-hand corner. That's what makes it a real ID. I'm in Pennsylvania. Oh, Lisa, have a good one if you're still here. Bye. Thank you for stopping by. So Oklahoma. So yeah, that's a lot of states are doing that, Vicky, where a lot of states you don't even realize that you already have a real ID. It's already done. Because I was talking to my doctor about this. I had him on the floor laughing hysterically. Yeah, that's how my doctor's appointments go. We laugh hysterically. Because he didn't realize he was about to go get one, and he, I think, was in Florida at the time. Florida, I think, is another state that automatically does it. Hey, Debbie, how you doing? So yeah, some states they just automatically do it, which yeah, because to change your name on your driver's license, you had to do the same thing. All right. So what I'm using for this is I took a 12-inch piece of cardstock. All right. I always try to use one piece of cardstock when I'm doing my hinge. I don't want to have any breaks in there. And I know I'm going to go every 3/4 of an inch, starting at 3 inches. All right. And I'm going to count the way that I go, because one hinge will take up 2 of those. And then we'll have a space, and then we'll have another hinge that'll take up 2. So that's 5. And then I'll have another space, and then another one that's going to take up 2. So I'm going to have 3 hinges, 3 pieces that are sticking out. All right, and you'll see what I mean here. So if I start at 3, and again, this is 65-pound paper, and then I go to 3 3/4, and then I go to 1, 2, 3, I got to count this. Then I go to 4.5. That's my first hinge. Here is my spacer between. That's at 5 1/4. Now I'm going to do my next hinge. So that's at 6 and 6 3/4. All right. Now I'm going to put my next spacer in between the hinges. And now I'm going to do my last hinge and do it twice. So you'll see, if I grab a marker for you, it's just, you've just got to do the math when it comes to this. You know, I had Sharpies all over the place, and now I can't find one. Oi! Found one. So here, your first 2, they are hinges. So that's an H. And then this is a space. And then this is a hinge. This is a hinge. And then a space. And then a hinge and a hinge. So whenever you look at your hinge system, you can start right out with the hinge. Make those the same. So you can make them a 1/2 inch high. I like a 3/4 inch. I really want it up there. And plus that can help me when I put my tape down, because I use that 3/4 of an inch as a measurement, you'll say. And then you have your space. Now you can make your space a 1/2 inch, 3 3/8. I wouldn't go smaller than 3 3/8. You can make, in this case, I'm making it 3 1/4 or 3/4 of an inch. And then here's my next hinge. Here's my space, and here's my next hinge. So you'll have less space spots than you will your hinges, and you just need 2 of them. And then we create this mountain and valley fold to it. All right. So I'm using this whole piece because then I've got the overhang that's going to go. Okay. So we'll use that as the template. So here I have one folded. So this is what it looks like when it's folded. All right. And then what I'm going to do is, once I have it folded, I know where to put my tape that I can't find. So I'm going to put my tape on here at close to the edge of the fold, just on one side. I'm going to skip this, skip the flat one, and I'm going to go to the next one. skip this one, skip the flat one, and I'm going to go to the next one. Make sure these are burnished. We'll remove. And then we fold. So I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to bring it up. And I'm going to bring it up. Now we have our hinge system. This you want to make, I just like to make sure that I fold it back and forth. Just get those fibers knowing, okay, on the page, I should go back and forth. Get it upright, and then if we put this in here, she's going to sit right in the center, giving me space on each side of these. So you've got to, math. Unfortunately, they always said you will use math. They did not lie. They did not lie when it comes to this. Because you can't forget about the spacer as your book folds up either. All right. So now we're going to get that in. So I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to put a strip of tape here, a strip of tape here, a strip of 2-inch tape here. I'm going to get close to those edges. I don't cover the whole thing. Some people do. I just add my glue, but I need wiggle time so that I can get that in there and get that centered. And that's what we'll do. Okay. So back to our story. So I took care, went through the process. Yep. Started the renewal process, got notification that they received it the next day. They said, yep, we received it. You're approved, which means you're going to go through the process. But after I paid for it, you can pay the charge you have to pay the charge to renew it, of course. It's not like you can't pay that. Wait a minute, I forgot something. All right. But then you could also pay to expedite the shipping. Now here's the first funny part. So they said just before I paid, they let you know, okay, you should be receiving it at this time. And they said July 20th. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's plenty of time. Not a problem. But you could pay like $25 to have it expedited shipped, which is probably like FedEx. That would get it to me July 19th. Okay. Oh, have a good one, Kat. Thank you so much for stopping by. So I thought that was funny. I'm like, all right, we're not going to pay that money to have it. It's just, no, not for one day. But that made me giggle. But the other thing that made me giggle is after I went through and got this updated, at the very bottom of the screen, it states note, because I did not have to send in, I didn't have to, forward my old passport. I'm to keep it. Because the note at the bottom was that this is a legal form of ID, even though it's expired. Can you all imagine what I was screaming at the computer screen? Yeah, I was telling my sister this. We were just, this is just amazing, all of this. So I'm like, I'm screaming, you should really tell the real ID people in Pennsylvania. Just, I'm like, okay. So bringing up to now, so I'm still waiting for the marriage certificate that I need, which is good because I don't have to worry about the first one because that one's got my maiden name straight to Coomerly, or to the name that I need. And then and now I'm still waiting for my passport. So I knew, Biddy, one of these, we release all the release paper at once. I knew that one of these was going to come in time. I just didn't know which one. Because even once I got the certificate, I still had to go to the other facility because I'm sorry. I love everyone that's going to paper. I was not going to sit there all day. No. Nope. Mm-mm. It just wasn't going to happen. Sorry. No. We're going to make sure that we put glue all over this as well because we definitely want this to wiggle, or be able to be wiggled, to make sure that we have this flush, centered, and all of that fun stuff. And again, we are just eyeballing it. I am not going to measure or anything else. This piece was cut to 5 3/4. I go down 1/4 of an inch for my hinge from the height of what the album is. And in this case, our album is 6 inches. And did I just get, no. All right. I grab my hinge. I put my fingers in there. Well, actually, I do this. I do make sure that they're straight up as best as I can. I get on my tippy toes. I don't go by the seam mark in our spine because remember, it's crossed over. But I just eyeball the center. I eyeball the top and the bottom. And then I just commit. And I'm going to commit right there. And now we just really work this down and make sure it's in there. So now it's just a waiting game. Meanwhile, my husband, who, our partners sometimes do things that just make us go, aw. And this was one of those moments because I'm telling him all this. And he goes, well, we could get you there by train. He goes, we could figure out how to drive you there. He goes, we could figure out. He was looking at all the ways that he could get me there. So anyway, I think I was going to get there. I think he was even thinking about, you know what, I'll drive you out. We'll get you there. We'll figure it out. A week later, I'm on the floor laughing because my sister and my husband are in the mode. Okay, well, how can we get you there? How can we do this? I'm like, guys, I'll have it in time. Everything is fine. I'm gonna have it in time. And they're like, well, if you don't, we need to be prepared. Okay. So a week later, I got a notice from the passport. Now remember, July 20th. Nope. Got it last week. So already have the passport. That was less than 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks that took, which I think is awesome. And I get it. They say 4 to 6 weeks. I understand that. But I think that was just awesome service. So we are good there. We got that. And then Friday, I got the marriage certificate. That came in the mail. So now I can go to the driver's license place and get my real ID. So I should have both. Both. So we're all great. you know, it was just boom, 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 boom. I'm like, wow. So yeah, just remember if your state. Now this I am going to let dry. I do not want to start bending this up because it'll start bubbling. So I really want that glue to get in there and dry before I start lifting this up. And that's okay because we're going to get our base pages. I'm going to get this worked just a little bit. You want to be able to, I like to be able to do this with the pages, with my hinge. And I want to get my tape on my hinges. So this I know is a 1/2 inch. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this tape and get it right up to the top. Like right up to the top of that hinge. I don't even want to see the paper. And I'm going to do that across because now I know this is a 1/4. So when I put my page down on this, that's my mark. That's how I gauge my marks. So again, just right up the top there. I don't want to see the top of the paper. I'm going to come across. And okay. Oh my. Okay. Tape is stuck to the fingers. There we go. Let's get that off. And then I do angle these as well. And I want to make sure that I do this to both sides. So that was the hysterical wanting to hurt somebody, wanting to say this is ridiculous. Just saying. But we are good. Everything is cleared. I know if nothing else, if I don't go to get my real ID, I have my passport. But I really do understand why partners, anybody, you change your name. Oh, keep all that documentation. Oof. Now, this one I'm a little bit down on it, but it's okay. Because I'm going to make sure that I do this. I do like to take these and clip them. It helps just to put the pages on, at least I think. And again, I'm just going down to the fold. All right. Now, I take mine down a 1/4 inch. You can technically take these down a 1/2 inch as well. But I'll be able to stop my page right up here. So that's your choice. Again, there's many ways to do this. I'm going to set this aside. And now we're going to create our 3 base pages. Okay. Let me grab some. Again, I'm going to use 65-pound paper. And I believe I will need 6 sheets. This is not the paper I want. This is the paper I want. So I'm going to cut the height of our pages to be 5 7/8. That's my height. And then I want them to come out. I'm thinking. I know I'm not tapping. So when I refer to the height, I go this way. All right, from top to bottom. Which means I cut that wrong. So I'm going to grab this. When we go from top to bottom, we want to add a 1/2 inch. So if I'm going 5 7/8, one, two, you want to go to 6 3/8. And that should sit right there. And then the length of the page, I want that to be 5 1/2. And this is no longer, it's 5 1/2. So we're going to cut that to 6 3/8. We're going to save that. And I need 3 more. It's this one so I can use it. So we'll cut this 5 1/2. And 6 3/8. So that's 4. Five. 6. We're going to keep that out. This one's off. Why is this one off? Because it needs to be shaved. Biddy, are you working in your gardens? No, you said you were watercoloring, right? Outside, right? Okay. All right, so these are our pages. I'm going to make sure that the 6 3/8 is on the side that I need, because now I need to score these at 1/2 inch. So yeah, that was my adventure last week, along with all kinds of other appointments that I got through. And then, well, Biddy has wonderful creatures in her backyard. A mama deer left her baby fawn in mine. She came back. They do that. Hey, Johnny, how you doing? So I'm going to fold these up. Burnish them down. My sister has one, Biddy, for one of her bird thingies. She absolutely loves it because she has named all the birds in her yard. Yeah. My sister just, yeah. She's got 2 crows, Axel and Rose. Yep. Mm-hmm. Fine. All right. So now we're going to take these and we're going to put. Oh, Debbie, that was a good idea. There you go. So I'm going to connect these 2 pieces to create like a wraparound pocket. So we're going to connect it on one side. And we're going to line it up. And we're going to keep our fingers crossed that it is straight. Now, you could also, snip the corners if you want. I don't do that. Some cases I do. This case I do not. And we'll put the glue on this one. Flip it over. I'm going to push that down. I start from here and I work my hands up to make sure that it's flat. I mean, it's still going to coil up like that, but I want it to be flat. And then this will be able to sit right on top of our hinge. Just like that. And again, using that tape as the guide, I know it's going to go there. Now, you can just clip to the base of your tape as well so that you don't have that gap. I'm okay with that gap. So, and again, it's a gap that you're not going to see, but it does help me to line these up straight because I am, for some reason, they just don't go in straight. Now, if you want, you can have a smaller border at your top and the bottom. So you can make this, instead of 5 3/4 tall, you can make it 5 1/2 inches tall. And then these would be 5 3/4. So you would have an 1/8 on the top and the bottom. It's just personal preference. Most of the time I do that. So again, it all depends on what you want to do. And again, when you clip, just stop at the base of the tape. But I just took it down to the point. Either way's fine. It's just going to give you a different look. You may like the look, you may not. It all depends. But you do want to have a gap. You don't want to take your pages straight down to the bottom because then they won't flip as well. So that's something just to keep in mind. And our last one. So I like to say putting scrapbook albums together, it can go very quickly. I mean, you can see we've got 2 albums together already. It's only been an hour and 20 minutes. And I'm not, rushing it like I usually do. I think the longest part when you put a scrapbook album together is choosing your papers. What's going to go where. All right, now our pages are set. This will give us a top pocket here. And I made this 5.5, even though the album is 6 by 6, because then when I put the photo piece in here, it can have a tab that comes off of it that'll still be within the journal. Let's work this again. Starting to work that paper. Slowly. We do this slowly again. And if we hear cracking, it's okay. Nothing's going to break. That's just the fibers saying, okay, okay. Now, you can also put Tyvek underneath that. So Tyvek is nothing more than a priority mail envelope, not padded. You can also get Tyvek envelopes off of Amazon, but if you have those envelopes at work, snatch them up. And then you can cut them up and put them down below, and you cannot tear that stuff. And I actually used that and showed that with the lap book that we're making in the tier 2 membership, because that's I usually don't use it, but for the lap book I did, because it's just so big. It'll hang. Yes. Yeah, Biddy, you can. Biddy, are you talking to your animals by telling them you can't go to the backyard? Do you what I think what you should say is, the mean critters stay out of my yard. I think you're, adding just food for the meanies, the meanie ones. But they're they have a place, absolutely. All right, so now our album's done, our pages are done, and now we can decide, okay, what do we want to do? Now, you can get these and set these in place now. Absolutely. You can certainly do that. A lot of people do. Because then it takes a lot of confusion out. And we can do that this time. And I think I am going to do it, only because when you start adding stuff, this gets bulky. You've got to make sure you're in the center. I can't tell you how many times I didn't make sure that I was in the center, and I put it but you can. Lots of Post-its would be used. That will hold us up. So let's get these on now. So at least then you're seeing the main construction of how we put our albums together. And then you can have these set up, set aside, and then just ready to go. Uh-huh. Okay, Betty. Let me know how that goes. So I learned this trick through Rosa Kelly. She's got a great channel, Rosa Kelly Scrapbooking. So she takes one side, she folds it over. I do start from the back and I work my way to the front. Or let's say it this way, I start on the right and go to the left. I'm going to take this, I'm going to slide it up. I'm keeping my finger down here. I want to lay that down to make sure that it's flat, but I need to shift it down just a little bit so I can have my border. I'm going to slide my finger up. It's going to grab the tape, and now I can pull this out as I slide my hand down. Yes, it broke. It's okay. That's why we've got pokey tools. And great pokey tools if you've got a Cricut with a curved edge. I'm going to come in, come up around. It's going to hook, and it's going to grab that piece so that I can pull it right out. We're going to turn this over, and we're going to do it to the other side. So I'm going to come in with my curved, get that to bend down, pull it out. I lift up, and I push down. For this, I always want a strong double-sided tape. I have put glue up in there. It's very messy. It's very, very messy. We'll do our next one. But when I saw her do this, I'm like, oh, that is ingenious. And then this is my guide for all my other pieces that come on next, because I can take them and line them up with that. And I do not have a Cricut, but this is one of the best pokey tools. And again, there is all kinds of ways that you can do this as well. All kinds. There's never one way to craft. And that's what I think is absolutely wonderful. There is just not one way that we have to craft. We can craft in so many different ways. We develop our habits. Here we go. And you can see they come out, because we're only down just a scant 1/4 of an inch that's left on this hinge. Going with 5.5, these come out to 5 3/4 automatically, but that's not your measurement. So again, when we put a scrapbook together, you want to make sure you know your measurements. Have a ruler by you. You're always going to be measuring to make sure that you have, you know, your pieces right. So these are our base. Now we're going to add our flips, our pockets, our flops, our flops. So, you know, our flowns. That's what I call them. You know, flip flaps. Flip flaps are side to side. Flups, floms, they're top to bottom. Yeah. Okay. How's everyone doing over here? Biddy's controlling her garden. I love that. Yeah, I like to have a. I'll make it thinner too, but to have that much, I have options. You guys know me. I have to have options. Just I've got to be able to punt and go in a different direction when I was going in one direction. I need to be able to either go to the left or the right on a dime. So as long as I've got that gusset there, I can do that. Or maybe I want to add a lot of 3D embellishments coming out. That's why I usually don't go less than a half an inch in here. But I really do like the 3/4 of an inch. And the only reason why that came about is because after I cut the front and the back, I had this strip that was left over. So, okay, why recut it and take the chance of anything? If I don't have to have a small scrap, let's not have a small scrap. All right, let's have some fun with our papers. And first, let's look at this. And we're going to start our measuring. So this is 6 inches. That is 6 inches. I know you're all saying, Des, you cut that. Well, when you wrap the paper, it can get a little bit bigger. So I just want to make sure. I do want to cut 2 pieces. Are these already? Nope. Is this already? Nope. Well, nope. So I want to cut 2 panels, 5 and 7/8. And I will say this, for scrapbook albums, you do end up with a lot of scrap, solid cardstock, but it can always be used. So I'm going to get this down, and then I'm going to get one down over here. Because then I know that's finished. And that's what's covering up our album. That finishes off the album. Now we can just add our pages, our papers, our mats, whatever it is we want to do. And now the book won't get caught. All right. Let's have some fun. And again, I'm not going to do anything that's, out there, meaning lots of flips and flops and flops and all of that. It's nice. You don't need to always do that. So I don't want you to always think that you have to do that. So what I think I'm going to do is I definitely want to have a pocket. Let's look at the pages first. So what size is this? Well, whatever size that is, that's perfect. Because now we need to measure from the edge of our page, not the hinge, to the top. And this is a perfect size. Woohoo! Solve the worry. Now, if I take this and measure that, is it the same thing? No, because that's 5.5. All right, so I know I want a pocket on each of these. So that's 6. I need 6 pockets. And they need to be 5.5 inches wide. And this is almost 6. Let's make them 2.5. Nope. All right. So what I like to do, I know this is 5.5. So I need to cut this 6.5 wide. I want it to be 2.5 inches high, so that means I need to cut it 3 inches. So 6.5 by 3. And I'm going to need 6 of those. I'm going to focus on the pages right now. So I always check my scraps first. Before going into a new sheet. All right, so I have 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the first thing. Okay, nothing fell. And then all around this, we're going to score it at 1/2 inch. So we're going to create pockets that'll have just a little bit of extra room to put stuff in. You could just cut your pocket at 5.5 by 2.5, the size that you want. It's just more flush. All right. You'll still be able to get items in there, but it's just a little flatter. This, by having your hinges, it gives it a little bit more airiness, I guess, to the pocket. You can fit a few more things in there. So whenever I'm either having a pocket and I want it to have room, or if I have a flip or a flap, then I'm going to add a 1/2 inch to my measurement. And you can see I'm working this like a production style. Scrapbook albums are also good for scraps. If you've got a lot of scraps, I mean, think of all of those wonderful scraps coming together and just creating all of these beautiful pages. You don't always have to use one paper pad. You can use scraps. Absolutely. And then I just trim out the corners right where they intersect. And again, we don't have to worry about the gusset because it's not going to be seen. The only thing I do, and I forget who I learned this trick from, I do use Scotch tape on this bottom one so nothing gets caught on it as it's going into the pocket. So I do make sure that these are glued a certain way. But when I saw the tip with the Scotch tape, I'm like, oh, that's ingenious. You know, there's just time. It's amazing to just see, to first be inspired by what everyone does, but the ideas they come up with are just amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, so now we have, and I'm going to grab a couple clips. Because I am going to make all the pages the same. Maybe the flips or the flip outs, you know, they might be on a different side. You know, that's the part that might be different. So if we look at our pockets, that's going to sit right there. All right, let's see. Oh, there goes the glue. Okay. So you could either have a flip that comes down and you can put, now when I do flips, I do like to use magnets. I do try to avoid it as well. Only because, you know, magnets can be, you always have to tell people that you have those strong magnets in your journal so that you know, so that they know. Okay. I'm going to keep folding this. I'm thinking. You also don't have to have any flip outs. So don't think that you have to have them. I think on one side, I'm going to put a flip. I may not use all these pockets. It's just like a junk journal. We can put a belly band, and I'm thinking about a belly band. Oh, have a good one, Johnny. Flo! Hello! You snuck in there. I didn't see you. Jacques, hello! Yes, 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 Debbie. You do. When you put albums together, you generate an entire pile of solid and pattern paper scraps. It's going to happen. So if you are that crafter that is like, oh no, I do not want all those scraps, then this may not be for you. It just it just may not. I do though, now that I said I don't want to have magnets, I do love magnets. Again, it's like metal. Um I want to create a different belly band, so I want to try this. All right, so I want to then cut this at 10. So the thing that I like to do is, as I'm going through creating the album, I want to create all the base pieces so that now I'm putting my base piece in along with my pattern paper and all of that. Did I cut that wrong? I sure did. Oh, this is another reason why you have a lot of scraps. Because you do the cut wrong. Oh. Let's try that again. There we go. Now we'll do this. All right, so this is our belly band. We're going to fold it in half. And it's going to be a flip in itself. So this will sit here. There will be a magnet on this so that this can close. But then this will open and then it'll be a belly band back there. Okay. Have fun with your imagination and the things that you can create. Because even though I'm creating a scrapbook album, and a lot of people think, okay, scrapbook albums for photos and all that, it is. It is for photos. And that's what we're primarily putting in here. So hence the pockets and all of that. But I do also feel that we can have a little bit of our journals inside of these as well, with little tiny pockets going down here to have little tags, and they can journal with the photos that are over here. So that's kind of how I do put my journals together. And you can see now I'm starting to inset my pockets to say, okay, this is where the pockets are going to go here. I know I'm going to have a pocket here. And I know this is going to have a flip. So yeah, I can't get away from the magnets. I love my magnets. So I know that's going to go here. On this, I want to make sure I put magnet M for magnet. So now we'll create a flip on this side. So we'll look at our scraps first. And again, I've got these great square flaps. So this measures just over 5.5. We'll trim it down. And if it's, let's go 5 by 5. So I'll cut it 5 by 5.5. And along the 5.5 edge, we're going to score at 1/2 inch. And these I do trim off the corners down to the score line. So that pocket will be there. And then this flip is going to be here. So it'll be able to hold a nice size photo, either out here or in there. So I'm going to put it inside because I want to decorate this. And you'll see that. All right, so we have these two pieces. And yes, this will have a magnet. You can also use Velcro dots as well. So I could use Velcro dots, but let's put that there. And we're going to do the same thing to the back. For some reason, with all of the album, I like to do the front and back the same. So at least I am going through my pockets, you know, thinking I wasn't going to use them. I am. And again, along the 5.5. So, Debbie, are you still in here? Question. Do you like magnets or do you use... I know I've seen many of your albums. Do you magnets? Do you use... the dots that I can't think of the name, Velcro? Or do you not use any at all? Yeah, I'm still, but I'm almost, I'm almost done. Heidi, hey, I'm moving pretty quick here, actually. All right, now this one. All right, so what's something, okay. So now I'm going to look and realize that this is not clipped on. Now it's clipped on. All right, so we have a flip there. We just have a regular pocket here. We have a regular pocket here, and we have a flip belly band. Let's mark that belly band because I'll forget. So this will flip up but be a belly band. So now we've got these two spreads. We could put, no. We're going to put two flush pockets here. Again, pulling in the concept of the journal type thing. And we're, okay, because this needs to be the same there, we're going to put a pocket here. So I know we're going to have a pocket here. So the inside pockets may change. Oh my goodness. Stop that. Go ahead. Don't annoy me. Yeah. See, I won. Now, what we could put here are some fun, this could just be the pocket page type things as I keep pushing it out of the view of the camera. We could do some fun, different things here. So here's a strip. Again, always look at your strips so that you can use them. Now, and a lot of times, we switch over to 110-pound paper. When we do this, you don't have to. Because you're going to have, cardstock going on top of it. And this is a good weight. I think this is like 80 pounds. Maybe. I don't know. They never put the pounds on, or is that the poundage, 65? Because that feels a little heavier than 65. I don't know. It's heavy. You're going to have it in some cases on both sides, mainly on one side. So it's going to add strength to this. So use your scraps when you're using 12 by 12 papers. If that makes sense. So on this side, we can have a pocket down here. And then we can tuck another one if we have to there. So we can have two pockets sitting on that one. And these will be flush. These will be flush pockets. Now you can also make them skinnier. You can, do whatever you're liking to do. Or you can put these together like this. And then have them like that. Again, it's a different style pocket. So we have that. And then on this side, I think I want to do a triangle style pocket. Good folding, Des. Oh my goodness. Oh my. So just playing with some folds to see what we can get. To see the interesting shape we can get. Nope, not liking that. So I have these two here. We're just going to go back to these. We're going to both make these 5 inches wide. I'm going to cut this one on the diagonal. And I got that one on the diagonal. But I want to take off that top point. That top point's not going to make me happy. So that's going to go there. And that one's going to go there. And now you've got this crisscross effect with your pockets. Again, it doesn't have to be anything super fancy. And then we've got that back there. So we have all of our, well, we could do something fun here if we wanted to. We could do a down flap. Why not? So if it's 5.5, we can make it 4 by 4.5. And then along the 4.5, we can go crooked with our score line. Oh. And yeah, we'll do that. And then we will put a magnet here because I don't know what I'm going to put on it, if it's going to be heavy enough to hold it down. I don't want, when I close the book, I don't want anything to catch. No, we're going to use a Velcro dot on that one. Velcro. Because I have them. There's an image that I'm going to show you that we can make just using circle punches. Jeez. All right. Let's have some fun. Now, the beauty of it, with everything that we are putting into the album, yeah, I'll keep those for right now. These I'm not keeping. We can put all of these components into the album, except for one. The pockets will have to go in last, but we can, for the most part, do that. And what you want to make sure that you do that with is with your flaps. So let's get our flaps in. And I'm just eyeballing the center. If you want to measure, you can measure. Have at it. And then this pocket will get glued in here. And that's going to be centered on that. But we got to determine what our paper is first before we put that down. And then our magnet will sit up a little bit. Just like that. All right, so that one's done. We're going to wait because we're going to put our papers down. Now, you can also trim your papers shorter if you want and put your pockets in. I run into problems when I do that. I'm going to put this in. I can get this connected. Again, eyeballing the center on the page, lining it up along the top. This we're going to hold off putting in because we've got to put our base page down first. Same thing with those. So anything that I can attach now that I will forget to attach before my papers go down, I do that now. All right, let's have some fun. What do y'all? I missed the thing. Let's see. Linda, good morning. Welcome. So if I do say for, where's that question? I just lost that question. If you do an 8x8 album, how much space between your gussets so they lay flat? You know, Linda, it's So for me, what the determining factor is for these gussets in between the hinges, I believe that's what you're speaking about. Is all depends on how much you're going to have on your pages, if that makes sense. I don't like an album to have wider than 3 inches of a spine when it comes to this. You can go 3.5, but it to me it just isn't comfortable. And I know, some people would want that. They would want that 3 inch, 4 inch, and I've made them in the past, but it's just not comfortable for my hand anymore. So I don't go any larger than 3.5. This is 3 inches. Well, it's actually a scant 3 inches, but it's measuring that now because of the wraparound. So it truly does, it would matter what you're putting in here, how many flaps, whether they go out to the side, whether they go up to the top of the bottom. Are you putting in an accordion? All right. So if I pull this in, and that's something that I'll struggle with too. So here's the lap book that we're working in the second tier book. I'm just showing it for an example. Okay, so let's not anyone have me saying, well, you're trying to. Okay, stop. Okay, people are just on a roll lately. Yes, Philly Pratt. This is going to get covered up too. So if you put in like an accordion, like this, all right, and depending upon your papers that you're putting in, how thick is that going to be? Now, not only with the accordion, but what type of pockets? So if you just have this long of an accordion, all right, so this is just 2 pieces of cardstock, all right, coming in and getting attached and then getting hinged. There's a hinge here, all right, and then there's a hinge here to put these together, all right. If you're going to have flat pockets where you just do the measurement of the pocket and keep it flat, but you don't have a gusset like that. I mean, even though this is still technically flat, it is adding more to it. It's going to expand out this album. And I believe it's going to expand it out where this right now could be about a 1/2 inch. This is going to go to about 3/4 of an inch if I put this style of a pocket into it. So you really want to have that space because then you don't know what you're doing on the other side. So it's something to think about. Now, also, if you have all kinds of flips that are coming in, maybe you have one from the top and then you have one, or you have one from the bottom and then you have one coming from the top and then one from each side, and you're putting in, that magnet. Don't forget that magnet adds that too. I don't like to go below a 1/2 inch gusset in between the two hinges. I have gone to 3/8. That's the absolute thinnest I will go. But that means that there's no flaps. It's just pockets or tucks. Because again, I want the recipient to be able to put stuff in as well. So to have that room. And usually if I do a hinge, so this one I did a 3 hinge system. Usually I'm doing a 4 hinge system. I usually go with 4. If I'm going to 6, then that means there's a 3/8 of an inch gusset. I hope I answered that for you and did not cause too much confusion. I hope. Okay, yeah, the swing tabs. I went back to that. Yeah, I got that here. So I hope that answered at least how I look at it with that. The more items you put in, the wider gusset you want so that they'll go flat. All right, you'll have to think that. So even though, so since I have 3/4 of an inch in between, yeah, they're they're gonna lay flat, but they're not gonna be super flat. And I know there's other hinge systems out there to where it can. I don't even go near it. And I'll just leave it at that. I do not go near that hinge system. Um, and it's for just my own personal reasons. All right. They're always going to come up. They're never going to be perfectly flat. So yeah, just know it all depends on the bulk. Because let's say if I have that accordion on here, she's going to stop right about there. So that means then this one's going to stop here. And this one's going to stop here. I hope that makes sense, Linda. Oh, thank you, Debbie. Yes, that's what we're doing in the second tier group. Yeah. Sorry. I had to I did ah, and Lisa's muting me. Thank you, Lisa. Okay. So yeah, with scrapbooks, some people they call them very frustrating. Okay. I enjoy a scrapbook because it slows me down. My brain's not going, your brain cannot go in 10 million different directions. It's got to stay focused on what this is. You've got to think it through because in the long run, what you think is like, oh, this is a cool idea. This will be great. Yeah, it can just throw off the whole page flippy possibility thing. It's a technical term. So, yeah, you've got to be very calculated. Math comes into it, very much so. Um, so, yeah, you've got to, it's a lot of thought process. And sometimes people don't like that. But I like the fact that you have to map it out. Now, this one I'm not really mapping. We're kind of just watching me go through it. All right, so I know I want this one. And I want this one. They're for the front and back covers. So whenever I'm working in a paper pad, I choose what my front and back cover papers will be. That's going to be my spine. So knowing it's 6 by 6, where is... I'm going to get these cut and out of the way. So I'm going to cut those 5 7/8. Nope, 5 3/4. 5 3/4. 5 3/4. And here come the scraps. All right, now I am going to measure my spine because it's not completely Yeah, it is. All right. So we're going to go 2 3/4. Like 5 3/4. Sorry for the glare. We're going to go 5 7/8. 2 7/8. All right, I want that. So that is our cover and our spine. We're going to clip those and set those aside. For our insides, something's telling me those pieces are cut wrong. Paper clips are your friends, along with Post-its. And I know I get a lot of emails that say you're wasting Post-its. Yes, I am. I'm not going to lie. But they become my friends because now I can look at these two pieces here. There is a design missing in here that they are showing. No, it's not. Okay. I got it. All right. This is going to be my base. And then this is going to be on top of the pockets. And what the border is going to be is going, now I can add black in here if I want. But for the main part, the border for the backgrounds are not going to have any black. But the pockets may. But I did keep them to the craft as well. Where's my, there it is. So again, I'm just going to real quick measure based off the piece. Know when you cut your pieces that you know that, wow, that's off. Never noticed that. That's funny. All right, now let's look at our pockets before we look at the flips. So that's our base. This pocket is going to get centered up on here. And if we measure that, that is now 2.5. By just, that's where the issue is. Does anybody have their scoreboard? Do you think that your score lines are off in the scoreboard? Oh, Biddy, have fun. Oh, no. See, I ignore them now. I'm just like, whoa. So you do too, Heidi? Okay. Because this is off. I scored it at 5.5, and it is almost at 5 5/8. That's why my pockets are giving me a problem. But we'll be able to fix it, so I'm not worried about that. Okay. No, and you had the 12 by 12 Martha Stewart flow. That was awesome. 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 Mine broke. It was, it was a bad day. All right, so I'm taking off 1/8 of an inch. Now, since that is, I'm going to do a scan 5.5. Yeah. All right, and now, since I did that at that, now we're going to go 2.25. And since I did that, we're going to hand measure this one. Meaning we're actually going to put a pencil mark. So there's going to be some that I put a black background to, and some I don't. Okay, so just over 5. And that's how that's going to look. So now we're going to do the same thing. So this one we're going to cut to 2.25. And then just over, I thought it was 5.25. Yeah. I think that's what we did. Yes! And then where's... All right, so then this one is there. And then this one we did just under 5.5. Yeah, for some reason, I cannot get, yeah, but it's on both. And if you turn, so I find that too, if I take a 12 by 12 and put it in one way, it doesn't fit all the way. So I just work with it. But if I turn it, it fits. Because that's always because papers are always cut off hinge. Oh, and yes, I am pretty much determined to get this journal done today. So we'll see how long I can go. This may be a long day. Um, but yeah, I just, and I find if I fold them in half, they're not even. It's really frustrating for me. Real frustrating. All right, so now I'm going to get our background paper set. And if you notice now we covered that hinge, always make sure though you work the hinge. Make sure your paper's not going over that score line. You want this to get flat. Don't do what I do. And I'm going to see, because I don't want to put a magnet in if I don't have to. I just don't want to. And then this here is our pocket. So now we're going to put our pocket in. And I'm going to grab my Scotch tape before I put this completely down. So I'm going to center this. Get that out of my way. I'm just going to push that down. And then I do like to, again, I don't forget who showed me or where I saw this. And hopefully I don't drop it. I'm going to grab a piece of Scotch tape and just put that over that lip. This way now the things that we put in will just glide right up and over that. Now I'll get these turned back in so that the pocket can go down. Yes, because I almost forgot. Just saying. All right, so that is now one side done. You can get these here. And now we can work on this side. And what you can do is you can get this glued down first. Get that centered. Now, if you don't like using liquid glue too, you can always use double-sided tape throughout everything. Totally your choice. All right, now this one, I need to put these in like this because this is just going to drive me crazy now. There we go. Okay, and then we'll even clip that like that. All right. So to fix the pockets, no, I want to put that cover on there first. So the two flaps we know are 5 by 5. But we're going to check because now that I said that, I don't remember. Yes, they are 5 by 5. So I am going to be using black mats throughout for some. Again, not the backgrounds. So I want this to be cut 4 3/4 by 4 3/4. Nope. 4 7/8 by 4 7/8. So I want 2. Now for my black, I am using a 110 pound. This is not going to go to waste because I'm going to use that for the other side. Where the photo mat could be. Now you can get a stamp and put, photo here. I do not. I just do not do that. Because again, I want the recipient to do whatever they want to do with this. And cutting it down 1/4 of an inch smaller, it's going to give you a wider border. They can also journal on that with a white Sharpie. Wrong one. See, I need to pivot. If nothing else, you learn here all the happy little accidents that can happen and how we just keep going. Yep. Yes. All right, now, haven't figured out what's going to go there yet. It's too close to that. We'll figure it out. What we are going to do is fix our pockets. We're not going to get rid of the pockets. We're going to fix the pockets. And I'm going to fix the pockets by just taking it in a 1/2 inch, 1 mark. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go in 1 mark. So every pocket's going to get that. And then we'll just re-snip. because you won't see them, and I'm not worried if this is longer. So that if I put that on here, it actually like almost fits perfectly. So that's just too funny. All right, so that's what we have to do to all of the pockets. Easy peasy. All right, so let's choose our background. Nope. That's a background. I already got that as a background. But the other side's a background. So I'm just literally flipping through and saying, okay, where are the backgrounds? And I just want different colors. So I choose my backgrounds now because I really don't want to overthink the process. And I am notorious for overthinking the process. Notorious. It's just what I do. So now I'm going to measure my page upside down. Because I'm going to make sure. So my width is 5.5. And top to bottom is 5 7/8. And I'm going to write that down. 5.5 5 5 7 8. Okay. So now I am just going to cut my backgrounds. And we're just going to put them in because I want that one there. I want that one there. I like that one there. And go here and here. And then we can go there. So now they're all laid out. Again, don't overthink it. Remember, it's a paper pad. A paper pad is designed to go all together. So if that's 5 7/8, I'm going to go 5 3/4. And 5.5. I'm going to go 4 and 5 and 3. And yeah, that. Now again, you can certainly cut down your papers to only be the top half so that you can save paper. If I did that right now because of the issue with the score line, we would be here all day. Now, don't get me wrong. I would love to be with you guys absolutely all day. Unfortunately, though, I have to be an adult. And I've got cleaning that I have to do. And there's other videos that I've got to do. So 5 7/8, 5 3/4. So, but I can still be here for, yep, I cut that wrong. See what happens. That's why we have, we're going to use this one. So the height is 5 7/8. I'm going to go 5 3/4. The width is 5.5, and I want to go here. So yeah. So once you have the structure down, you can see that it goes quickly. But yeah, I would spend hours, just literally hours, choosing the papers. Yeah, just choosing them, trying to figure out what's going to go where, what's going to look good where. 5 3/4, and it took it can take the joy out of crafting. It really can. So when you just choose your backgrounds and just flip through that paper pad and say, okay, this is what I want to go here, and this is what I want to go here, it just goes a lot quicker. This is our belly bands, and that's going to go there, and that's 2 stars. I like that there. I don't think I like that one. But I do like that one. Nope. I won't have dots on dots, but I can put that there, and I can put that there. 5 times 2. And always, if you have directional paper, oh yeah, always make sure you're cutting the right way. Just saying. So always remember that paper pad, it is designed for everything to go together, for everything to work, and it will. I just choose smaller prints. All right, now let's hold up on this one. So that's going to go there. And let's get this one in. All right, now let's work on this one. Because this one's got a bunch of different components, and we've got that one down. So I want to get this here. All right, and then we're going to need a piece for on top of that. And then we're going to have to change our things on that. All right. So now on our flip, I know that's 4x4. So now I'm going to put that mat in there. So I try to get all the basics done first. Because you can see we're coming into the smaller pieces of paper where more thought process is coming in. What's going to look good on top of this? What's going to look good on top of that? I know, Kalinda, cleaning. Yeah, it's horrible. Yeah. Mm-mm. That I cannot um oh, take care, Debbie, if you're the one that's leaving. I cannot remember who showed that with the pockets. Oh, but it's awesome. They do it in journals too sometimes. When I'm doing that type of a pocket with a gusset. Let's do the mat. So I know I want that. And again, I always go back to my scraps saying, okay, is this, yes, this piece is that size so that I can cut it down. That's not, I always pull them back out, try to go to the small, I can use this one. Because you do. In scrapbook albums, you just generate them. You're just going to generate the scraps. Nope, because I need it to be 3 7/8 by 3 7/8. So that's the top. And then this, I believe, no, there is one here, I believe. Yes, that's it. And that's the bottom. So these are going to go in next. Now I can put this on. This can be glued in place while I decide what's going to go on top. So we got that. So now, since I have the bases in, I can look and say, all right, let's get all these extra pieces in. Let's get rid of the paper clips. And honestly, what that also does is it cleans up my desk a little bit. So I can find things. So even though the scoreboard was off, it was a happy little accident because it is making the pockets fit perfectly now. So we got lucky on that. So at some point you start rolling along. And I think I'm going to be okay without magnets, honestly. I don't think I'm going to have anything that's going to catch it. These will have to wait because we got to cut paper, so that'll be the next thing that I do. These, we can get these down into place, and we're going to trim these just... No, we don't need to. We do not need to. So I am going to put bead glue at the bottom. And I'm going to not do that. Nope, not do that. What was the purpose of me doing that? Oh, that was to do that. Okay. Let's not do that today. I'm going to line that up there. And I know I still got the signs. But since I did that, we're just going to do this. We're just going to put a bead glue down. And then we'll put this one here. But we're going to hold off on that because I do want to mat this one as well. So we'll hold off on that. And this one we already fixed. Sorry, I keep getting off camera. All right, they are all in. Well, everything for the most part is attached. All right, so now we need to look at these, and these measure just under 2.5 by 5.5. So, and the same thing, these may have changed because these I kept to the full size. Yeah, so these are just over 5 3/8 now. So we're going to go with 5 3/8 by 2.5. So 5 3/8. I'm going to take it down to 5 1/4 by 2 3/8. Could this one also be 2 3/8? Of course not. So once I know also what a cut is, I go through and make multiples of that cut. So like I know this is going to go here. So now I can get that in place. This here, I believe, no, that needs to come down just a little bit, and that's fine. I can cut those later. This can go here. And this can go here. All right, now if we look at these, don't understand why, because it's not long enough. That's why. All right, so the same height, but these are now 5.5. So this needs to be, it's 5.5. Why isn't that? Perfect. So now that should hold that. And now this can go right there. So now we've just got this double pocket. It's not a thick pocket, meaning it's not like the other ones. But it will hold items, whether they're journaling cards or tags that are created or anything like that. She has. Yeah, I've been here for a while. Yeah. All right, and then this one. Yeah, that one's too. Well, I mean, you can make it work. I mean, it gives you this different look when it comes to that, but no, that would drive me crazy. 2, 5.5. And then 2. And I know you can also take a circle punch, you know, a notch out. I have to be honest. I love it, but I can't get it to look the same because I like this border. That's why I don't do it. Okay. So now our last thing that we have to get stock in here is our corner pieces. Now I know that these pieces were 5, so they're 5 by 5 at that point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut a piece of black cardstock. You should see the pile of cardstock that I have going on here. It's awesome. It's just awesome. So I'm going to cut it first. So just like add a little, you can always add, you can't take it away. That's what I'm going to do with this cut. So I'm going to cut this first at 4 7/8 by 4 7/8. And then I'm going to cut it from point to point. And I want to see what that looks like for the border. So you can see that oh, wow, what did I do? And I'm going to take off 1/4 of an inch because I'm going to make these work. Where we go there? That. I'm going to do that. I think they were actually 5.5 by 5 when I cut them. Then I'm going to take my pencil that I can't find. I'm going to make a mark there. And I'm going to take that mark right up to that because I know that works. And let's see. We're just going to have a bigger border on this, which I'm totally okay. And there we go. I like that. Now I need to make this one match. Can we do it? Sure we can. So I'm just going to line them up. that off and take off the quarter. Let's see if this still works. Yes. Yes. There we go. Now this one you can just keep on just having your pockets. And what I mean by that is if I take this black and put this here, and because of the way that I added the glue, we've got a pocket right here. And we'll have a pocket back here. So, I mean, you have pocket upon pocket upon pocket. Now this, let's remind me, I heard you all, we need to flip this. And we can do the same thing here. All right, because these are going to go in there like that. Now, let's decide what our papers are going to be for this one. And I want 2 different papers. I'm going to get all of my solids together because we'll start chipping away at those. And then these here are all the pattern papers. All right. I'm going to keep my pattern papers on this side. So we've got a lot of that. So now I've got to look. I'm going to be looking at both of these sides when it comes to what we're going to choose, because we've got a lot that's going on. I think that's going to be one of them. And then that means I can pull that piece out because I like that. I think that looks cute. So let's get that cut down. And again, that was 5 1/4. I think 2 1/4. No, because I glued those in. Didn't think about that real quick. All right, so we're going to do that. That's exactly what I want. And we're going to cut it right there. And you can see how tight that pocket is when they are flat. They are just, they're right there. So we're going to put that there. That I know I want there. So you can see, you always have to be thinking, okay, can I put this piece down there? Can I put this piece down there? Before you put the next layer on. Keeps you on your toes. Absolutely. And again, I don't have, I could put the polka dots here, which I think would be really cute. And it's already cut to the right size that I want. I just got to put a mark on it. So we can put that there. Now, to look at these papers, I think there is some solids. Like here's one of them. Here's the like how I did that. I'm going to get that cut because I do like that. And now we just need something here. Now we could always do, no, magical days on the other side. I can't do that. No, 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 no. We could actually do the lines going across. It's too much. Wait a minute, there's another piece. Another design. Let's pull that out. So we use those. This one. Do I have? Not a big enough piece. And then we can do that one. So what did I cut that to? Pencil can also be your friend as well. And I'm going to place that there. So now we're just going to cut on our diagonal marks and hope that I can see them when I go to cut them. Okay, I found it. So that one's going to go there. And we can also put a notch in this one because this one's going to be on the top. So I'm just going to eyeball it. So we got that. And then we're going to do the same thing with this one. And this one's going to be awesome to see. Okay. Yeah. Not so much. But if I keep my eyes there. And this one I'm not going to notch. But, I mean, I can still put a pocket. Because it's towards the back. And now we'll put these down. This side's going down first. And then this one's next. And you want to hold this one down only because you're really coming up, you know, onto a lip just a little bit. So you just want to make sure it's grabbing a hold of all of your layers there. And there you go. Plenty of room still going on. By all means, yes, there is. And I don't need magnets because these are actually kind of staying down. We still don't have the papers in there yet, but they're still holding down onto it. So I'm not going to worry about magnets or Velcros or anything else like that, which I think is really cool. One of the things that I want to put here, I first want to get down. I need this. What paper is that? So I should be able to use this. And then I need my black cardstock, but I do need to choose, and I want that one. And that's not wide enough because this piece. So something before I let you all go to actually, you know, enjoy your day. So this is 3 7/8. So I have 3 3/4 by 3 3/4. I need to cut that piece. If you have circle punches, and I'm sure you've all seen this, before, but there's going to be like an element that's going to sit on here. And it's actually an element that I'm going to be making throughout. All right. So hand punches. People either love them or they hate them. And I think the dislike on hand punches comes about because, wow, do they take up room? They really do. They take up room. They're heavy. In some cases, some of them definitely work better than others. And they're not really at a good price point, but they're okay. All right. But what you can do with a circle punch is create a Mickey or a Minnie. So I'm going to need 4 of these. All right, so now that they've gone all over the place, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this was a 1 1/4 inch circle. This one here is a 2 inch. I know I need 2 of these. And then I'm going to come in. I need 1 of these. And I need a Post-it. I need to be able to hang on to it. And we're gonna cut that piece out. So we've got that moon shape. Sticky note helps me to hold on to it. And then get your a regular hole puncher. I actually have a 1/4 inch hole punch. Now you could also use this with your dies as well. You don't have to have hand punches. You can do this with your dies as well. You just might have to, move them around just a little bit. Now I'm going to grab this white piece of paper so that the only thing you can't see are those little ones that I stamped out, but so you can see everything else because we are on a black surface here. Okay. So I'm going to make this kind of sort of 3D. So we're going to take this first. And we're going to glue that down. Matter of fact, I'm going to push that down just a little bit. And we'll trim. I should have gone in just a little bit more. And then we're going to put 3 dots. Shapes are a wonderful thing. You can do a lot of things with just shapes. Now you could use rhinestones with this if you wanted to. As I said, you can use rhinestones or gems or pearls if you want. All right, now I'm going to put glue here. We can have that coming off like that. You can have this coming off like this. And again, this is a gift. This one's actually a gift. And then on the other side, I'm going to put some, foam dots, because then we can get just some dimension off of it. And we'll line those up. I don't know where I got these foam squares, but oh my goodness, never again. Do not like them. All right, and then we'll line that on top of that. And then that is just a little element that you can put. And I've got plenty of room to put that there because of the wide gusset that we've created. And that'll even just add weight to that flap. Let's say a little image. All right. So that's how you can do that with circle punches. You can add glitter. If you have a bow, put a little bow to give it the illusion. To give it that illusion when it comes to that. This I am going to add a piece of black cardstock there as well. Let's see, what time is it? 12:31. All right. We'll go for 15 more minutes. So that's 3 inches by 5.5. So So 5 1/4 by 2 3/4. And then that's going to go right there. By giving the different borders, whether you go down 1/8 of an inch or 1/4 of an inch, also will add interest into the book as well. And again, my mats are just going to be, black cardstock and whatever scraps I have from this, which I should have a lot, that's going to be on one side, and then probably white will be on the other side. And then that's going to sit through here because that's a belly band that we made. All right. And then here, because of the length of it, I don't think I have to add any magnets. Even when this sits up, it's not, if I do this, yes, these are going to pop out, but they're not getting hooked on anything. So I don't have to worry about having magnets. The closure, which will be a bow, is going to be just fine coming around that. And then there's plenty of room for the recipient or whoever to add. And even though I have that dimensional element there, again, I've got a 3/4 of an inch gusset that's going on in there. So again, it can move and it can expand as it has to. Because then there's also going to be cards, that are going in here with tabs coming off of them. So when that closes, that tab's going to come out just a little bit, which is fine. I don't mind that sticking out. It doesn't hinder anything that I'm doing. Or if I wanted to, I could just have the cards coming out to the 1/4 of an inch. All right. Now all I need to do is just figure out, okay, which papers. No. Well, we definitely don't want that one. And we definitely, I'm not liking that one. We don't want the gray. We don't want that. So we just need something to sit there. So I always look at my next papers to see, okay, what's surrounding this so I don't have anything too close to it. So this would actually work. And again, we're going to put like tags and other things sitting in there. So here, this measures 4 7/8 by 4 7/8. So we're going to cut this to be 4 3/4 by 4 3/4. And now with that, no. What's on the other side of that? I could put this. That'll look sharp. So again, looking, so 5 1/8. We always check our measurements. 5 1/8 by 2 1/4. Now we have that one. And I think I know that's sitting there, but I know I want that piece to have that strip. So that's going to be 2 5/8. Five, 5 1/8. I just think that pattern is really cute. All right, so we have that. And maybe, oh, we could. Let's see, now where did it go? Oh, here it is. You can put that one there. That will look cute. Those I'll figure out. Have that. Let's look at this one. I really do like the magical day. Could it? Could it? Yes. And even though I said I do like the front and the back to be the same, I do like to have these cover pages be different. So that, now I just need to find what I want to put there. I do like the stripes, but if I flip this over and I see those stripes, it's too close. I could do the black stars. The red polka dots are there. They're underneath. That's a plain color. I don't know, that's too much the same. These are the rationals that I go through. I'm just saying. But the black stars I think would look cute. Not those. Those are too close to that. But I do like the black stars. And that's what I'll do. I'll slide a piece up underneath it and say, okay, that doesn't look bad. I could also go with these. I mean, that kind of pops out. And then that kind of goes with what this did. This is like a reverse dots, and we've got the stars there. So we'll go with that one. And if I'm not mistaken, that's 4 7/8. Yes. Have that. And I'm going to get my cover on. And now that I did that, I'm going to use a white organza. And I am going to put it on both sides. So let me move that carefully. And we're going to put it up underneath the cover. And I'm just going to set that there. I'm not going to wrap it. It's only going to come out from each side. All right, that's going to sit there. I want that to come out there. So I need 2 of these. Organza ribbons are the ribbons that I go to the most. When it comes to closures and everything else. Now you can double them up. I mean, that's totally your choice. For this one, it's not too heavy. Put that there. We'll get more glue on this. Get that centered. And then we'll do that onto the other side. So I'm just lining this up on my board. I'm finding the center so that I can put my tape down. Just line that up. Set the tape in place. And then I just make sure it's coming out straight-ish. I do not tie bows well, so I apologize now. But I like to be, you know, floopy, floppy. And now we'll just put the spine on. So this I am going to use actually my double-sided tape as well, because it's going on mirror and it'll take forever for this to set. So I just put a couple strips down so that it'll grab a hold. And I think, yeah. And then I'm going to use double-sided tape on this as well because it's going up on the spine and I really, oh, okay. I want to make sure that it grabs a hold as well because I really don't have the ability to crunch down on it to make sure that it's going to stay in place. Also, make sure that your journal is upright, meaning up the right way. So, yep, 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 yep. Now we'll just set this. Again, by adding the glue on top of the tape, you can make sure that this is centered. For the most part, the only thing that we're missing is, I haven't named it yet. I'm going to put something up here. There's a die that I was trying to find before we started, and I could not find it. To put in the front, and I'm hoping I'm not losing my mind, which, you know, probably then I don't have it anymore. All right, so that's our front, and then as you can see, we've got our flip. This is a spot for a photo, place for more, and you can see this pocket, like this one, you can literally put a lot of things in there. My finger can go up underneath it, whereas this one, she's really tight. She's right up against that. So you're not going to be able to fit as much into these. And then I'm going to be creating a lot of tags and all kinds of ephemera that's going to go in here. Because I do look at scrapbooks like a journal. I don't look at them as just for photos. I like to add all kinds of different things into them. But we've got our pocket there. I may even add a pocket here possibly. Or here. And probably it'll be out here. I'll add a pocket and have a bunch of ephemera sitting there. Got a pocket there. Here's our flip with our cute little image. We'll call it that. All right. You can put a photo up in here. And we've got a pocket here. Here, this is a belly band that we've created. And here, this could be a small area where you can put, I'm going to put 2 pockets here. And up here can either be a journaling spot or photos. You know, little tiny square photos can go up there. But that's a belly band for lots of stuff. We've got a pocket here. We've got a pocket here. We've got a pocket. Excuse me. We've got a pocket here. There, of course. There. And of course here. So multiple pockets going on here. And I'll have something in each of them. And if they don't remember, that's fine. Everything can just go back here or in here. You know, they're just like little hidden places when it comes to that. We've got a pocket here. And then we've got a pocket here. All right. And that's why I try to have double mats too, so that it can break up so people can see that. And then here we just have a pocket here. Again, I'm probably going to put a pocket here with all kinds of little bits of ephemera because I am going to grab some tickets. I am going to grab, you know, some vintage ephemera to go in here as well. It's just going to be within this color theme in a way. To add more color, it doesn't matter to me. And then there is a pocket there. So we're close to being done. We're just, this is the embellishment part of the journal, which is always the fun part where we get to sit back and just create our tags, create our ephemera. Our tags are probably going to have a white base with all of the different scraps of pattern paper that we used and that we have left. So this is what we have left. These are all of our scraps. I don't believe any of our tags or anything will have a black base to them unless I include, you know, a white gel pen, you know, with something like that. And I usually do. If it's a black journal, so that people know, okay, you can use a white pen to write on the page. They don't have to, if they want, they can add more paper. I mean, that's totally up to them. I don't want to say no one, you know, someone cannot do something in their own journal. But just so that they know, you know, you can do that. The other mounts that I have here, let me dig through all of my release papers here. There we go. Okay. And then this is actually a full sheet. I'll put that back in the pad. And we have these. That's white. Those are black. So lots of scraps that we have. Again, I always keep them off to my right as I'm putting a journal or an album together, because I'll dive into those first. Maybe they'll fit a pocket. Maybe they'll fit, you know, something else that we're doing that we're able to cut down. Never, and I know you guys don't, but never get rid of them because they are useful. Now this is the pack that I'll look at when it comes to creating and embellishing all of the tags that we have and so forth. May use some of the black as a matte, but not as a full tag or a journaling card. I'll add another color to it. And then I've got the big pockets where I'll create the large photo card. That will definitely be set up as a photo card to put in each of those. And I'll do a walkthrough once this is done, because I'll probably get back on this tonight just to finish that up. And then here's what we have left from the pad. I don't even think we went through half of it. Did I count that right? Yeah. Yeah, we're not even halfway through. So with 5 sheets, I used like definitely two of each of them. So they're good. I really do like these pads. Yes, they do have solids in them, but you know, this one only had a couple, and to me they worked. You can use them as mats when it comes to your projects. So that's kind of cool. Okay. I think I've kept you all long enough. This is almost 4 hours. Oh my God. My goodness. Thank you all for sticking with me. My goodness. I hope you enjoyed this. It was something different. It just popped into my head. Not sure next week. Yes, I will be live next Sunday. So, of course, now this is the time where if you want to, you know, drop off and say, okay, don't need to listen to her gab. This is my gabby part. I will be live next week. I don't know what we'll do. We'll probably do a lot of cards. I haven't done cards in a while. I am going to have a video coming out this week. Had fun still with the Goodwill collection, so we'll see this come through. Loved that stencil. That stencil was really cool. So made a slim line. This is from the Good Fortune collection of Sabrina. I am so happy for her. She recently got married, so yay. I don't know if her wedding collection is still on sale, but I know she had put that on sale for her wedding. She is currently on her honeymoon. Just so happy for her. So you'll see that coming out this week as well. In the tiers, we're going to continue with the lap book. I showed a little bit of that here. We're going to move on to other sections when it comes to that. And then soon I'm going to have, for the first tier, I'm going to have, I'm going to just choose a stamp from my stash, oldie but a goodie, don't know which one yet. And I'm going to show 3 different ways to use that stamp and to create cards with it. We got through our mental health challenge. So for those of you that went along through the tiers with that, I hope you enjoyed it. Had a good time with that. And then we are going to have another project coming through. Probably July-ish. And I know I was saying that something's going to be coming through when it comes to the tangling. I am working on a project. If I know you guys like to see this. So this is what, now this is not going to fit in the camera. Okay, if I put it down, it will. So it actually sits like this. All right, so there's an L there. This is one of their project packs that I'm working through right now and absolutely loving it. So everything, all tangles are going to be added here. This is going to be something that is being created. I don't have this template. This is Zentangle's Zentangle's design when it comes to that, but I am looking at putting something like this as a project within the membership as well. And then also, don't forget, we do our tangling on Sundays, the first Sunday of every month. So don't forget, we do that here live as well. So just remember, I'm letting people know what we're doing in the memberships and what's coming up here as well. All right. So I hope you had fun today. Again, 2 albums got put together, and we pretty much have this one 90% completed in 4 hours. So not bad. What always holds you up is the papers. Don't overthink the papers. You know, just get those, just shift those papers around, just pull them out, lay them out, boom, you're done. And then just build from there. That's what's helped me to move a little bit quicker when it comes to that. Because I used to just get hung up on that when it comes up to those things. All right. And I get it. I used to always do it. Always do it. But I hope you have a good week. Continue to stay safe and healthy. I know we're going to be affected by possibly some severe weather tonight. If any of you are as well, and even if you're not, please continue to stay safe and healthy. Take care of yourselves. I'm truly grateful that you're here. And we get to spend this time together. Sorry I missed some of the comments. I hope I didn't miss any questions. Yeah, hopefully I didn't. But if I did, you know how to get a hold of me. You can email me, DM, message here after the video, and I will definitely get back to you. All right, guys. Take care to you all. Love to you all. Truly grateful. Have a great week, and I will see you next Sunday. Bye.